Tomorrow and day after tomorrow there will be thematic concepts by a lot of youngsters. But in terms of depth, this is the final day. Those of you who came yesterday would have seen the sort of information and the depth of knowledge that we were able to just, stand on the ocean and take a little bit out of the knowledge of Sri Rao, who spoke on the lyrical excellence in Sanskrit compositions, and Professor S.R.J. Mama, who spoke on the lyrical excellence in Telugu compositions. Lastly, we had Srikantan here, who spoke on Hindi and Bengali, the lyrical beauty of those Hindi and Bengali compositions. Essentially, this year has been on exposing the audience to the beauty of the lyrics. We often listen to a song and then many of us appreciate the tune, the ragas of course, but in case there are people who are interested in the lyrics, and then they develop an interest in the various aspects of the lyrical beauty, because the Vagyakara, as mentioned yesterday by Dr. Kapoor, it's not just that he composes the music and the lyrics and sets, or composes something and then sets a tune. It's not that. There are so many other aspects: the grammar, the prosody, the rhythm, the meter, chanda, all these, the rhyme. Veena Narayana Swami was a Vainika contemporary of Veena Seshana, Veena Suparna. He was mentored by his elder brother, Sri R.K. Venkatrama Shastri, whose grandson is on the dais, Sriramkumar. Sri Srikantan attended a lot of concerts in Mysore during the era of the Vodayas and highly influenced by the music there. His singing is characterized by Sangeeta Shuddhi, Shruti Shuddhi and Swara Shuddhi. Honors, accolades have come his way. The Sangeeta Natak Academy Award in 1979, the Sangeeta Kalanidhi title from the Music Academy in 1996, the Kanaka Purandara Award through the Karnataka government, Padma Bhushan by the government of India 2011, the Sangeeta Prabhakara, the Navavidha Bhakti, and the Sadguru Satyagaraja Hamsadhvani Award. All these awards rest lightly on his shoulders. We know him to be a very accessible and a very fine person, and he will be talking to us today on the Kannada compositions. Thank you very much.
Namaskaram to all of you. At first, let me thank Sri for having given me this opportunity to give a lecture demonstration on the compositions of Shiva Sharanas and Haridasas and sing those songs now. Before commencing the narration, I will sing Prarthana, prayer song in Raga Marathi, Aridhana. Yalla Rupa Tanante Shiva Yallalli Udalina Regarding the speech, of the speech, what should be the quality of the speech? Vasudeshwara says in what I have written, speech should be like this. Sing.
ನುಡಿದರೆ ಮುತ್ತಿನ ಹಾರದಂತಿರಬೇಕು. If you speak, it should be like a garland of pearls. ನುಡಿದರೆ ಮುತ್ತಿನ ಹಾರದಂತಿರಬೇಕು. ನುಡಿದರೆ ಮಾಣಿಕ್ಯದ ದೀಪ್ತಿಯಂತಿರಬೇಕು.
We tell the meaning. See, when you speak, let your words be a string of pearls, a ruby filled with impassioned light. And then sing the next stanza.
ನುಡಿದರೆ ಮುತ್ತದಂತಿರಬೇಕು. ನುಡಿದರೆ ಮಾಣಿಕ್ಯದ ದೀಪ್ತಿಯಂತಿರಬೇಕು. ನುಡಿದರೆ ಮುತ್ತಿನ ಹಾರದಂತಿರಬೇಕು.
What are the good qualities of the speech? How you should speak? Vasudeshwara says, when you speak, let your words be a string of pearls, a ruby filled with impassioned light, a sphere of crystal quartz, so that the Lord Parameshwara, hearing you, will nod his head and say, yes, my son, yes, my son. If your ways and your words will answer, will the Lord be pleased? That is the qualities of a good speech, says Vasudeshwara. Kannada literature is very mighty, ancient and effective. It has a long history spanning over 2,000 years. Innumerable poets, spiritual thinkers, saints have contributed in enriching Kannada literature. The significance of Vachana, which is a unique contribution to Kannada literature, lies in its enrichment, enlargement and sublimation of human life. Each Vachana is a literary capsule charged with meaningful and expansive moral code within the metric framework of minimum works. The pioneer of the Vachana literature is indeed Basaveshwara, notwithstanding the elderly contemporary Prabhudeva, whose own Vachanas are profoundly missed. But Basaveshwara, who is affectionately called Basava, occupies a unique place among the prophets of the world by virtue of his charismatic personality and the comprehensive revolution which he brought about in religion, ethics, economics, social order, literature and culture. In him were blended the vision of a mystic, the pragmatism of a statesman administrator, the zeal of a rebel, the compassion of a saint, the order of a crusader for equality among men and women of all castes and vocations. To Basaveshwara, purity of life was the highest goal of human endeavor. Moral and ethical values reigned supreme with him. He never considered life as ethical or the world of illusion. According to him, spiritualization of human race was the only way to redeem the world of all evils. He says, Dayamillana Dharma Adavudaya. This song, this Vachana means, of what use is religion without compassion? Be compassionate to every creature that lives. For this is how religion begins. The Lord will not accept those who are otherwise. That is the meaning of the Vachana.
ದಯವಿಲ್ಲದ ಧರ್ಮವುದಾವುದಯ್ಯ, ದಯವೇ ಬೇಕು ಸರ್ವ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲದಲ್ಲಿ, ದಯವೇ ಧರ್ಮದ ಮೂಲವಯ್ಯ, ಮೂಢರ ಸಂಗಯ್ಯನಂತಲ್ಲ ತೊಂದನಯ್ಯ. ದಯವಿಲ್ಲದ ಧರ್ಮವುದಾವುದಯ್ಯ, ದಯವಿಲ್ಲದ
Basaleshwara says in one of his vachana, don't steal, don't kill, don't tell a lie, don't be intolerant, don't be ill-tempered, don't describe yourself, don't declare others. This is the internal purity and this is external purity also.
ಕಳಬೇಡ ಕೊಲಬೇಡ ಖುಷಿಯ ನುಡಿಯುವುದು ಬೇಡ ನುಡಿಯಬೇಡ ಅನ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಅಸಹ್ಯ ಪಡಬೇಡ ತನ್ನ ಬಣ್ಣಿಸಬೇಡ ಇದಿರ ಹಳಿಯುವುದು ಬೇಡ ಇದೇ ಅಂತರಂಗ ಶುದ್ಧಿ ಇದೇ ಬಹಿರಂಗ ಶುದ್ಧಿ ಇದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೂಡಲ ಸಂಗಮ ದೇವರ ಬಯಸುವ ಪರಿ.
It is said that the world is a movement in the realization of values. What are these values? It is difficult to define them. They are elusive in character and inexpressible in nature. Hegel goes further and declares that philosophy, art and religion are the final values towards which the world is striving. What about consciousness? Is it the highest rung of the ladder? Is evolution a great movement in the realization of values in relation to being a process of achievement? Be that as it may be stated without fear of contradiction that these are the values which impart value to life and add virtue. It will be called a constructing, integrating and perfecting power, the power which makes for wholeness, beauty, truth, righteousness, love and cooperation. Not a driving force, but a driving force or driving power. What then are these higher values which are the core of human life? They are not mere virtues such as temperance, courage, wisdom, justice, love and cooperation, or mere ideals such as freedom, equality and opportunity. These are to be determined with reference to the ethical end or highest good among our vision and judgment. Pleasure springs from the satisfaction of desires, and Jesus will is right when he says, "It discuss threadbare under the presidency of Allah Prabhu, the greatest yogi of the day." Pleasure springs from the satisfaction of desires, and Jesus will is right when he says, "It is better to be a human being dissatisfied than a pig satisfied. Better to be Socrates dissatisfied than a fool satisfied. Greater are the values of service and sacrifice than the mere satisfaction of desires and pleasures." What then is the good life? It is the one that in conformity with the concept of a highest good. According to Plato, man's highest good is a harmoniously developed personality, a condition in which every personality and a condition in which every faculty functions in a perfect. It became the authentic voice of a great sweeping movement of socio-religious propagation and a revolt against ritualism, blind faith, superstition, and all other evils which held society in thraldom in the name of religion. In the name of religion. One more outstanding feature of this literature is the exceptional fact that though rooted in individual experience, it was subjected to collective scrutiny in the Anubhava Mandapa, the hall of experience founded by the leader of this new movement, Mahatma Basaveshwara. Each Vasana was discussed threadbare under the presidency of Allah Prabhu, the greatest yogi of the age, and approved with or without modifications, the personal becoming universal in the process. An amazing movement indeed. This uniqueness of Vajana literature accounts for the now commonly accepted values evolved in it, which have stood the test of time and the march of science. It is in this respect that Vajana literature has been called wisdom literature, and the Vajanas are deemed to be Kannada Upanishad Pramana. Devaloka Bhatyaloka Vedilla Kaniro Acha
Sangamadeva is the pen name of Basaveshwara.
Basava interpreted Mari and Vasani, the living spirits, in this illuminating way. This idol worship is not without its hypocrisy and absurdity and identity. In one more question, he says, Kannada Kandare, Kondu Kondembar, Dudavada Nagara Kandare, Haranarevar, singer.
Kannada Kandare, Haranarevar. He brings out the, what do you call it?
I will tell you when you sing song.
Yes. When people see a snake, they kill it. But they go to a stone snake and put milk on it. What is, how stupid it is, he says. When they see a snake, they kill it. But they go to the temple, put milk on the stone snake.
In this Vajana, Basava says, if you see a stone cobra, you say, pour milk on it. If you see a living cobra, you say, kill it, kill it. If a hungry Jangama comes, you say, go away. If, and for the linga, you say, you give food for the linga, which it doesn't eat. But when a Jangama comes, go to the next door. When they meet the devotees of Lord Guru Sangamadeva, they treat them unkindly. They become like gods, which is like against So, be true to your conscience. That is the purpose of the Vajana.
Kannada Kandare, Haranarevar.
You should know yourself, you are. That is real jnana. It elevates one to the highest state of Godhead. The following vajana of Parasuram is significant. Gods made of stone are not God. Wooden gods are not God. God made 75 metals are not God. Gods residing at Setubandha, Rameshwara, Gokarna, Kashi, Kedar, and other 68 holy saints are not God. If knowing oneself, one realizes his own Atma, he is your own God. Atma Jnanave Mukhya. That is the motivation of preservation. Knowledge of self is basic to all advancement, temporal, moral, and spiritual. And another greatest Shiva Yogi, Nijukna Shiva Yogi, a very popular Shiva Yogi who knew Hindustani music and Carnatic music. He has written a treatise on the ragas of Carnatic music. He was a very famous Shiva Yogi who was in Kollegana near Mysore. One of his compositions. In the raga Tori, Mela Next, Haridasa's contribution to music. Two prayer songs, one in Raga set Kandisham, and another song on Goddess Saraswati set Varikaha in the Raga Abhang. Gajamugane Chekidaya Kane Vandive Sharamu. Sings the importance of Guru and his karuna. Guru karuna Guru parama Guru Guru karuna Guru parama Guru Guru karuna Pari pari prataganacharisadu bhagaveru Guru karuna pondalane gatige beruntelari Sharirada putra mitra garatna bandhavaru Sarisumare sankatige sadhana Nirutamu Guruvada Hidavagi Managalli Paritu Parisaru Duritamu Pariharisi Duritava Pariharisi Pariparisuva Brahma Purandara Veda Guruvina Guramara Dadadadada Govrayadalna Mukoti Guruvina Guramara
சந்தோஷ் சொல்லுமா. நீங்கள் இந்த காலைப்பா சிக்னல்லேருந்து ஸ்ட்ரெயிட்டாக போய் பிரிட்ஜ் ஏறி இறங்கணும்மா. கரெக்ட், அதே தான்மா, அங்கே தான்மா இருக்கும். நீங்கள் நீங்கள் கொஞ்சம் சிவகுமாருக்கு ஃபோன் பண்ணுமா, நான் இன்னொரு ப்ராட்காஸ்ட்டில் இருக்கேன். கொஞ்சம் ராம் கட்டிங்களா எனக்கு, ஏன்னா நான் இப்போ கொஞ்சம் ப்ராட்காஸ்ட் லைவில் இருக்கேன். Hello, hello.
Hi, are you Parivadini?
Yeah,
Oh, you are Venkat. Oh, okay. Very good. You know, with the country, like, they're doing a great service for Carnatic music.
But this is actually a low cost which we are trying. So
No, these are all fantastic resumes for Carnatic music. I want a life where I found art forms like this. Remember, Asimul Gaplo is it? Buddhi. You know, Bhagwan Murichu Mridangam.
And fine arts with their exotic flavor. Purundaradasa, who combined in himself a devoted saintly life with the qualities of the great composer and singer, saved Carnatic music from extinction by systematizing it, setting high standards in its aesthetic appeal and spiritual end, and fixed the vital outline of all ragas in vogue in his days, with precision and protecting them from mutilation by vulgar hands. The emphasis in the Keerthanas is on its aesthetic excellence, and that is why it is considered as the most important part of Carnatic classical music. The great master composer who came after Sri Purandaradasa faithfully followed the tradition and form which Purandaradasa established. Haridasas composed their songs in easy colloquial language, which captured the heart and imagination of the people. Haridasas moved through the length and breadth of the country, singing praises of Krishna and Vithala, extolling the merits of Jnana and Bhakti, and giving wholesome advice to the people in ethics and religion, and rousing the indifferent and pusillanimous spirits by the irresistible attraction of their teaching conveyed through melodious songs in different ragas. Such one song in Ananda Violin. Sumane Barude Bhakti, Sumane Barude Bhakti, Nama Judala. Beware, wealth, property, your rupa, etc., your adhikara, all these are not shashvatam, will go away in a minute. Beware. Pray God, He takes it.
ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಸ್ಥಿರವಲ್ಲ ನಿಶ್ಚಯ
Hey Thanks a lot, sir. Our namaskaram and pranams to you. Dr. Sunder, our convener of the Carnatic Music Forum, will be honoring Sri Architect Srikantan, sir. Sri Ramakanth, sir, will be honored by Dr. Sunder.
எனக்கு என்ன பதவி வேணும்? உன்னுடைய சத்பக்தி, அந்த பதவி போடும் எனக்கு. வேத சாஸ்திர இதெல்லாம் ஒன்றும் வேண்டாம், உன்னிடம் இருக்கும் அந்த பக்தி தான் எனக்கு போடும் அப்படின்னு Saint Tyagaraja has said in his Kriti. சாலக பைரவியில நான் முதல்ல இந்த டாபிக் எடுக்கும்போது great veterans speaking on various languages, நீங்க என்ன ஏதாவது பேசணுமே அப்படின்னு சொல்லி, சரி நவவித பக்தி எல்லா பாஷையும் இருக்கே, சரி அதை பத்தி ஒரு டாபிக் போட்டதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் தெரிஞ்சு போச்சு. there is so much to say. Not only that, there are so many, because people who composed, be it in Marathi or Hindi or Telugu, Kannada, everybody has composed in ஒரு டிவோஷனல் fervor. இந்த மாதிரி நவவித பக்தி, இந்த Sriramkumar Violin அப்படின்னு நினைச்சு நம்ம கம்போஸ் பண்ணலாம். It's just outpouring, and that is pretty obvious in all the compositions. So எல்லா பாஷையிலையும் 4-5 பாஷையில நவவித பக்தினா 45 பாட்டு அப்படின்னு இல்லாமல், I just take a few songs from my repertoire wherever there is a reference to this Bhakti Margam, to the Lord. Sometimes there may be the whole song may be in that particular Bhakti Rasam. Sometimes one line na irukum, the mari references la irukum. So I try to do my best in this topic. First of all, Bhakti Margam அப்படிங்கிறது is one of the ways to attain the Lord. There are reference to this also in the Bhagavad Gita, where they say Bhakti Margam ஒன்று இருக்கு, அதை தவிர வேற மார்க்கங்கள் இருக்கு. We have the ஞான மார்க்கம், துவைதம், அத்வைதம், விசிஷ்டாத்வைதம், இந்த மாதிரி ஞான intellectual approach. The karma yoga, which does not mean only doing your duty, but also includes the rituals associated, the puja and so on. And the yoga marga, adala yama, niyama, pranayama, asanangal, all the practices, also called Raja Yoga. Pranayama, pratyaharam, the various practices, dhyanam, dharanam, samadhi. These are the various yogas. There are 8 yogas that we associated with yoga margam to attain the Lord. And literally, the Lord says the easiest, simplest is the Bhakti margam. Prahlada is said to have told his father, Hiranyakashipu, நம்ம வந்து விஷ்ணுவை அடையணும்னா இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய மார்க்கங்கள் இருக்கு, அது நவவித பக்தின்னு சொல்லுவா. சிரவணம், கீர்த்தனம், ஸ்மரணம், பாத சேவனம், அர்ச்சனம், வந்தனம், தாஸ்யம், சக்கியம், ஆத்ம நிவேதனம். ஒரு ஸ்லோகத்தை சொல்லியிருக்கார். ஸ்ரவணம், கீர்த்தனம் விஷ்ணுக்கோ, ஸ்மரணம், பாத சேவனம், அர்ச்சனம், வந்தனம், தாஸ்யம், சக்கியம், ஆத்ம நிவேதனம். இங்கிலீஷ்ல டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்றது கஷ்டம். ஸ்ரவணம் லிசனிங், கீர்த்தனம் singing the praise of the Lord, ஸ்மரணம் meditating, thinking, சிந்தனம் கூட இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணலாம். பாத சேவனம் சர்வீஸ்னு சொல்லிக்கலாம், சர்வீஸ் டு த ஃபீட் ஆஃப் த லார்ட்னு சொல்லிக்கலாம். அர்ச்சனம் offerings, vandanam salutation, dasyam the adimai slave and the approach, Sakyam Sakyam is friendship, but any relationship with the Lord is also included in Sakyam. Atmanivedanam, total surrender. If Navavidha Bhakti is supposed to be composers who have composed with references to this, so music is intertwined with my heart. பாடும்போது பக்தி நாம பாட முடியாது அப்படின்னு தியாகராஜரே சொல்றாரு. சங்கீத ஞானமோ பக்தி வினா சங்கீத ஞானமோ பக்தி வினா சங்கீத ஞானமோ பக்தி வினா சங்கீத ஞானமோ பக்தி of this Navavidha Bhakti. As Dr. Papu mentioned yesterday, there have been composers with only Ananya Bhakti, with only one Lord. Examples were Bhadrachalam Ramadasas. Raman Bhadrachalamula irukra Rama, Shama Shastri, Bangaru Kamakshi in Tanjavur. And there are people with, mostly, predominantly composed on one Lord. Rama, for example, we take Tyagaraja, Tulasidasa, Arunachalakavi, Shivan, the upper Sunder, the trinity of Devaram composers, upper Sunder and Jnana Sambandha. Gopala Krishna Bharati, Muthu Tandava on Shivan. Vishnu we have the Alvarkad and Swati Karnad. Arunachalakavi composed on many gods but predominantly on Murugan. Krishna, of course, universal favorite, Jayadeva, Surdas, Mirabai, Narayana Kritingra. And of course, we have Dikshidhar composing on the entire pantheon of the gods and goddesses, also Papanasam Shiva. There are many other composers. And among these gods, it is said that Rama was the person during his lifetime, Aurudaya Varteliye, the Navavidha Bhakti experience Pandina Uru deity Abhina Rama. Tat Keerthane Tat Sutau, அதாவது அவர் சுத்தானம் உள்ள his children Lava and Kusha Sankirtane Tat Sutau, அவ பாடி அவருடைய சரித்திர அவ பாடி இருக்கா. சீதாச்ச ஸ்மரணை, எப்போதுமே அவரை நினைச்சுட்டே இருக்கிறது சீதா. भजने तत् अंधी भजने कैकेयी पुत्रे अपि अभूत. पूजायां शबरी, अर्चना पण्णறது शबरी. प्रपंचन सुंदर दासिये, ஆஞ்சநேயர் அவருக்கு தாசனா வந்திருக்கார். சுமந்திரவ் நதவ், இந்த வந்தனம் பண்றது சுமந்திரன். சர்வஸ்வாத்ம நிவேதனே Nishichara Rakshasa, Vibhishana. Atma Nivedanam, surrender, total surrender Pandinadu Vibhishana. Sakhye Prabanga Adibana king. Monkey oda king, Vanarangaroda king. Sakhye, our friend Arundu Sugrivan. Sari Shravana Uttome சாரித்ர ஸ்ரவணே ஸ்வயம் ரகுபதி. அவருடைய சாரித்திரத்தை கேட்டது அவரே. ஸோ அவருடைய காலத்தில் during his time he was able to experience all the Navavidha Bhakti. Of course, Navavidha Bhakti has also been the topic for some composers exclusively. So Tulasi Vanam, he has composed, he is a contemporary, still alive in Thiruvananthapuram. He has composed on all the 9 composers. Similarly, we have Swati Tirunal. Of course, if we keep researching, you will find like Jagara, all the 9 bhaktis are there in Jagara, though he didn't compose it as such, but you will find references to all the 9 bhaktis in Saint Jagara's as well. So, we will now go into the first Shravana. Listening, கேட்கிறது. அப்போ listening to the exploits of the Lord, listening to his charitra, listening to his story, listening to his nama, all this have been referenced. There is also the story of King Parikshit who had just 7 days to live. He knew it. நிறைய பேருக்கு தெரியாது, இன்னும் எவ்வளவு நாள் இருப்போங்கிறது யாருக்கும் தெரியாது, பட் அவருக்கு தெரிஞ்சது. So he heard the Bhagavatam from Sri Shuddha, and அந்த 7 நாள் Bhagavatam கதை கேட்டு மோட்சம் அடைஞ்சார். Just listening is enough. Most passive னு சொல்லிக்கலாம். உட்கார்ந்து keep your ears open and you attain மோட்சம். Shravana. தமிழ்ல ஒரு அழகான ஒரு விருத்தம் இருக்கு. அப்பர் தேவாரம், அப்பர் பாடியது. திரு அங்கமாலை அப்படிங்கிற காதால கேட்கணும், அதுதான் உங்களுக்கு காது இருக்கு அப்படிங்கிற அர்த்தத்தோட இருக்கு. நான் ஏற்கனவே சொன்ன மாதிரி துளசி வனம்ங்கிறது is composed on Shravanam, Sanskritatல. I'm trying to approach this through different languages. Nama Sravana Sukham, Nama Sravana Sukham, Narayana Nama Sravana Sukham, Narayana Nagavidehi Sadam, Shrijanadeva Javedina Mudita Mudaram, Shrijanadeva Javedina Mudita Mudaram, Sukadam Sukadam Parasaram, Shrijanadeva Javedina Mudita Mudaram, Sukadam Sukadam Parasaram. இந்த மாதிரி இந்த 24 அஷ்டபதியிலும் பலஸ்ருதி இருக்கு. மராட்டியில உங்களுடைய நாமம் அமிர்தத்தை விட அழகா இருக்கு. அமிர்தாகுனி கோடு, கோடுனா மராட்டியில ஸ்வீட். Almost every song itself is a Keerthana. Swami ada puhar paadu, adan Keerthanam. Kalakshepo na kartavyo, Shrinamayuhu kshane kshane. Yamasya karuna nasti, kartavyam hari Keerthanam. Nama irukira kaalam kammina. Kshane kshane. Shrinamayuhu kshane. One thing that is inexorable is time. You can regain many things that you lose. You will never regain that time. Shrinamayuhu kshane kshane. यमस्य करुणा नास्ति कर्तव्यम हरि कीर्तनम ध्यान श्लोकम இது என்ன இன்னொரு ரெஃபரன்ஸ் என்ன அதாவது ஹரி கீர்த்தனை எப்படி பண்ணணும் நிறைய பேர் வந்து நம்ம ஆடியன்ஸ்ல ஒன்றும் சத்தமே வராது அவ பாக்குறாளோ நம்ம சொல்றத அப்படின்னு விசிறிச்ச லட்சம் அந்த லட்சத்தை எல்லாம் விட்டுட்டு சொல்றதுதான் ஹரி இன்ஃபேக்ட் கீர்த்தனம்ங்கிறது கேம் ஃப்ரம் நம்ம மியூசிக்கே பார்த்தேன்னா ஃப்ரம் ஹிஸ்டாரிக்கலி கேம் ஃப்ரம் கீர்த்தனம் தான் bhajanam kirtanam all these things evolved out of you must know that our music predominantly came out of seeds of music Tanjavur Ettayapuram Mysore there were several seeds of music Tanjavur itself was a potpourri of cultures முதல்ல Chola kings Pandya kings நம்ம நாட்டில் of course there has always been a mixing of cultures புதுமே உண்டு ஒரு நாள் பார்த்தா இன்ஃபேக்ட் ஜெயதேவா lived in a time when there was a Chola king his empire extended up to Orissa Chola kings உடைய empire பார்த்தீங்கன்னா extended up to Fiji and Indonesia I'm not going to history எது சொல்ல வரேன்னா Chola Pandyas அப்புறம் கேவனந்த விஜயநகர empire the Nayaka dynasty they sent some so collectors they sent some administrative people so their job was not much to there were no fights nothing and when there are no fights it's a very fertile region fire nana over the culture so many of these Raghunatha Nayaka Vijayaraghavan Nayaka they are all not only patrons several of them composers and this was taken over by the Maratha dynasty, where Shahaji, Sarabhoji, they all came and they were all Shahaji, they were all patrons. The Solavarana, in the potpourri of cultures, people came from Andhra, people who came from Karnataka, people who came from Maharashtra, Ellama சேர்ந்து இந்த சது சுவாமிகள், போதேந்திர சுவாமிகள், Shirayawat, இவெல்லாம் the trinity of Bhajana Sampradaya. Adilend, we are talking the 15th, 16th, 17th century. That must have influenced our own music, our own training. So, the role of Kirtanam, Nama Sankirtanam, which is congregational, the sort of music that is congregational. Narayaka saying the part then later it became very so-called refined and developed. To the extent that today we have a very advanced and very developed form of music, Carnatic music. But the roots must have been in the Bhajana Sampradaya. Tamil, அதாவது சுவாமிக்கு பிடிக்குமா அதாவது என்னோட பாட்டை நிறைய பேர் கேட்கணும் நிறைய பேர் பாடணும் அதை நான் கேட்கணும் அப்படின்னு சுவாமிக்கே ரொம்ப ஆசை அதனால there is a story where on the banks of the Sirgadi tank a small infant is crying and goddess Parvati comes and feeds the child and the divine milk vandadanaala our Jnana Sambandha started world's youngest composer at the age of 3 started composing and இதில் ரெஃபரன்ஸ் எல்லாம் தேட வேண்டாம். இந்த நாம சங்கீர்த்தனத்துக்கு ஞானப்பால் கொடுத்து அந்த குழந்தை பாடுறது இது ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அவருடைய பாட்டு, அதனால பாடினேன். அப்கோர்ஸ் நிறைய பாட்டுகள்ல ரெஃபரன்சஸ் இருக்கு.
Sonar
பரகதி அடையலாமே அப்படின்னு சொல்றாரு. பாட்டவே நிறுத்த பிடிக்கல. ஸ்ரீராமும் அருண் வாசிக்கும் போது don't even want to stop singing. சேம் குரு, அதே பாடாந்தரம். இன்ஃபேக்ட் பெரியாழ்வார் சொல்லியிருக்காரு ஒரு பாசுரத்துல, உன் குழந்தை நிம்பி பிம்பி எல்லாம் பேர் வைக்காத, நீ பேர் சொல்லியிருக்காரு. நிம்பி நம்பி பிம்பி எல்லாம் பேர் வைக்க வேண்டாம், நாராயணா வாசுதேவா அப்படின்னு அட்லீஸ்ட் இப்பெல்லாம் வருது என்ன, லல்லி நல்ல பேர் இருக்கும், லலிதான்னு இருக்கும், லல்லி சாரி all the lalitas here அது வேற. இப்போ இங்க இருந்து யூஎஸ் வேற போடுறானே, கால் மீ நாட் அப்படின்னு, நடராஜன் தான் கால் மீ நாட், எப்போ கால் மீ நாட். சரி அது பெரியாழ்வார் சொன்னது நான் சொல்லல. இது வந்து நம்பி பிம்பின்னு எல்லாம் பேர் வைக்க வேண்டாம், நாராயணா வாசுதேவான்னு பேர் அந்த அப்படியான பிள்ளைய கூப்பிடும், அட்லீஸ்ட் அவனை கூப்பிட்டு திட்டும் போதாவது சுவாமி பேரை சொல்லியான்னு அவர் சொல்லியிருக்கார். இது ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் உண்டு கதைகள். அஜாமிலன் ஒரு அவர் வந்து சாக கிடைக்கிறாரா, உள்ள பேரு நாராயணா. ஸோ உள்ள பேர் கூப்பிட்டு அவருக்கு மோட்சம் கிடைச்சுதான். சுவாமியை கூப்பிட்டு இல்லை, சுவாமி இருக்கிற அலியாஸ் இங்க உள்ள பேரை கூப்பிட்டு அவருக்கு மோட்சம் கிடைச்சது. இதே மாதிரி நாமங்கள் நிறைய. ஜெகதானந்த காரகர் எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியும், அதுல எல்லாம் 108 பேர்கள், அது அவருடைய ரெஃபரன்சஸ் டு ஹிஸ் நாமங்கள் இருக்கு. சோ நாம சங்கீர்த்தனம், ஹரி கோவிந்த ஹரி நாம கிருஷ்ணாய ஹரி கோவிந்த ஹரி ராம கிருஷ்ணாய ஹரி கோவிந்த ஹரி ராம கிருஷ்ணாய சிவன் என்று சொன்னால் பயம் அனைத்தும் போய்விடும். தெலுங்குல போர்ஷன் மாதிரி படிச்சுருக்கீங்க. இனிமேல் வசன பௌர்ல கேள கண்டபாணி பஜனை பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தா யமனுக்கு பயம் கிடையாது அப்படின்னு சொல்றாரு தியாகராஜன். பஜனை பண்றவாளுக்கு சாகத்துக்கு என்ன பயம் அப்படின்னு. சம்ஸ்கிருதத்துல ஆதிசங்கரர் பஜ கோவிந்தம் பஜ கோவிந்தம் பஜ கோவிந்தம் பஜ கோவிந்தம் he saw a man reading the grammar, book reading not grammar. That's what Sunder na. Mudamate, Bhajagovindam. You don't have to spend all your time reading the grammar. Bhajagovindam. Avarude Keerthana paadadu. Mysore Vasudevacharya. Bhajare re manasa Sriram I have to mention that. Kamalmukh Rama Bhajan ko diya ne Kabir soda. Khaya piya soya ella maniyache. Nahak janam khoya. Endha urumayum or responsibility edume nama vidal hai. Jaamukh nishidin Ram naam nahi kaha. Tum kachu nahi. Endha vayala ni Rama namata sollaliyo haga ni unno seyala. Abhin kore. Kamalmukh Ram Bhajan ko diya 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 ஜன்மங்கள் எடுத்து சுந்தர நரதன பாயா இந்த அழகான நானும் சுந்தரதானா சுந்தர நரதன பாயா எல்லாரும் சுந்தரதான் சோ சுந்தர நரதன பாயா கமலமுக்கு ராம் பஜன் को दिया खाया पिया सुख से सो नन्ना சாப்பிட்ட नन्ना தூங்கின खाया पिया सुख से सोया नाग जन्म खोया नाग जन्म खोया क्या मुख निषेध राम नाम नहीं कहा तुम कछु नहीं किया कमल मुख राम भजन खोया Marathi. Hari Navavidha Bhakti, Hari Navavidha Bhakti, Hari Navavidha Bhakti, Hari Navavidha Bhakti, Marathi Nama Hari Navavidha Bhakti, Hari Navavidha Bhakti, Haridas Darajati Hari Navavidha Kirti Nama Kirti na avarudiya pugal. So Nama mane avarudiya நாமத்தை உச்சரிக்கணும் அப்படின்னு. அடுத்தது ஸ்மரணம். ஏனோ சிந்தனம் விட இன்னும் சிம்பிளா இருக்கு. யோசிச்சுட்டு இருந்தா போறோம். ஆனா I don't think it is the easiest. It seems to be easy. But all we need to know is just when you go to a corner and say, okay, smaranam, let me think, let me meditate, think of just one thing. Very difficult. Very difficult. It don't matter. Just today with your iPhones and iPads and cell phones, it's just too difficult. You can open multiple windows at the same time. Adhe maartha, your mind opens multiple windows at the same time. So among the bhaktis, probably this is one of the most difficult, smaranam. ஒரு கதையும் இருக்கு. பூசலார் நாயனார் உட்காந்து இருந்தார் ஒரு இடத்துல. உட்கார்றதே கஷ்டம். முது வலிக்கும், கால் வலிக்கும். டாக்டர் சுந்தர்கிட்ட போவோம். எனிவே உட்காந்து இருந்தார் ஒரு ஊர்ல. மனசுல அவருக்கு ட்ரை பண்ணார், கோயில் கட்டணும், சிவனுக்கு கோயில் கட்டணும் அப்படின்ட்டு ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டே இருந்தார். ஒன்னும் சரியா படல. சரி, மனசுல ஒரு கோயில் கட்டலாம். ஏன்னா மனசுல கோயில் கட்டிட்டு இருக்கியான்னு நம்மளே திட்டுவோம் நிறைய பேர்த்த. ஒன்னும் செய்யாம. But he was doing just that. He was just sitting in a corner and building brick by brick, mortar, cement. அந்த காலத்துல எல்லாம் கட்டினா தெரியாது. மனசுல உட்காந்து இப்போ I am building the outer wall, I am building the gopuram, I am installing அப்படின்னு சொல்லி he took his own time. அங்க பக்கத்து ஊர்ல பல்லவ ராஜா காளவர் கோமான் பல்லவன் அப்படின்னு ஒரு ராஜா. அவர் he was doing just the same thing physically. So mortal worldல இவர் எழுப்ப somewhere unknown பூசலார் நாயனார் was building his mental temple. So அங்க at the time of the installation of the idol, the consecration of the idol, the Shivan came in the dream of the king and said, இது ஒரு நாள் என்னுடைய இன்னொரு கோயில் அங்க கட்டிட்டு இருக்கு, அங்க முடிச்சுட்டு வரேன் அப்படின்னு. இவர் ஒன்றும் புரியல. சரி, அந்த ஊருக்கு போனார். நீ ஏதோ பெரிய கோயில் கட்டுறாளாமே, எனக்கு தெரியாம, எங்க இருக்கு? இங்க ஒண்ணும் அப்படி ஒண்ணும் கிடையாது. இல்ல ஒரு பக்தன் இருக்காரு. அப்படியா? அங்க இருக்கேன். ஒரு உட்காந்துருக்கான் சும்மா ஆல் த டைம். அவனை போய் கேளுங்க. போய் கேட்டா, ஆமா நான் மனசுல ஒரு கோயில் கட்டின்னு இருக்கேன், ஸ்மரணம். அதுதான் he is doing it all. இன்னொரு பாட்டு இருக்கு. மனசாரமதியனி சிவமகனி மனசாரமதியனி சிவமகனி Sriram அழகா அந்த ராகம் பேரும் போட்டிருக்காரு. மனசார மதியனி சிவன் மகனை ரெண்டு சேர்த்து பாட்டா மனசாரமதின்னு சாரமதி ராகமும் வரும். என் ஃப்ரெண்டு ஜோக்கா சொல்லுவான், குருக்கு உகந்த ராகம் எது? சாரமதி. ஜோக்கு தானே, ஃபாலோ பண்ண நல்லது. தெலுங்குல அதாவது சுவாமியை நினைப்பது, அதாவது பூசலார் நாயனார் ஒரு ஸ்டைல், எல்லாரும் பூசலார் நாயனாராக முடியாது. We all have activities, our own duties, our own interests, our own hobbies. So தியாகராஜன் என்ன சொல்றாருன்னா, பரவாயில்ல, இந்த போகானுபவம் அந்த எல்லா ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸுக்கும் நடுவுலையும் சுவாமியை நினைக்கிறது அது பெரிய விஷயம். ஒரு கதையும் இருக்கு, நாரதனுடைய ஒரு கதை, where he sees, puts on water on Narada's head and asks him to go around without one drop of water falling. நாரதனால முடியல, அதான் முடிஞ்சது. பட் அது எந்த கிருஷ்ணர் ஆஸ்டம், எத்தனை தடவை என்னை வந்து நினைச்ச, எத்தனை தடவை என்னை பத்தி சிந்திச்ச அப்படின்னு கேட்டாங்க. இல்லையே, தண்ணி விழப்படாதேன்னு இருந்தேன் ஆல் த டைம் அப்படின்னு ஒரு கதையும் இருக்கு. ஸோ in the midst of all these worldly activities, அவர் மேல லயிச்சுக்கோ அப்படின்னு சொல்றாரு. வாசுதேவன் அவர் வந்து லெட்டிம் ஆக்குப்பை இருக்கிறத எல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் நெகட்டிவ்ஸ் எல்லாம் தள்ளி விட்டுட்டு குரு பெருக்கி விட்டு நல்ல ஸ்ரீவாசுதேவன் அவரை நினைச்சுக்கோ அப்படின்னு தெலுங்குல சொல்றார். சன்ஸ்கிருத்துக்கு அதேதான். சின்னதயமா கந்தமூல கந்தம் meditate on Soma's Karma. Kannadathla
வசீகரமா இருக்கணும். எங்க அப்பா எப்பவுமே சொல்லுவா, நிறுவன வாஷா, anybody can play. ஒட்டாங்குச்சி சவுண்டாகவும் இருக்கலாம், இல்ல ஹேமர் சவுண்டாகவும் இருக்கலாம். But I want the honey tone which the instrument is born for. It's the queen of melody. Any instrument has its own, limitations. But violin it became very unique because of its.
Or Panchamam in many of this. The utter lack of insecurity in any note from any angle.
Typical examples of Father Sevanam is Bharata, the brother of Rama. But then here the definition of Father Sevanam and Dasyam gets a little blurred because Sevanam is the main aspect in which any sevai done to the Lord அப்படின்னு நாங்க interpret பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம்.
Both of them are so important in life. Of course, we have the sentiments. So, I'm just saying that endaro maharu bhavuru endaro and the gamanathoda the dynamics na padradhu the voice la evlo vandhu light vibration or oscillation varapodhu adhe vandu
some references in Tamil songs. Parasuram Sri ஒரு பாட்டுக்கு வைரவிட்டு நாயேனும் பாலனே செல்வே நாயேனும் பாலனே எங்கே செல்வே நாயேனும் பாலனே எங்கே செல்வே The reference to Padam comes very often in Parasuram Shivan's tribute. Shindilandavan Tive Shindilandavan Shivakumaran Chevadi Parivadini Tive Shindilandavan Shivakumaran Chevadi Parivadini Sriramkumar Chevadi not necessarily only to the Lord. அவளுடைய பக்தர்களுக்கும் அடியார்களுக்கும் அடியாக்கு அடியேனே, அதாவது அவளுடைய பக்தர்களுக்கும் நான் அடியேன். that is a slave to the தொண்டரடி பொடியாழ்வார் ஒரு ஆழ்வார் இருக்கார். he exemplifies this concept. அதே போல செடியாய வல்வினைகள் தீர்க்கும் திருமாலே, செடியாய வல்வினைகள் தீர்க்கும் திருமாலே, நெடியானே கட்டவார் கோயிலின் வாசல், நெடியானே கட்டவார் கோயிலின் சுவாதி திருநாள், சம்ஸ்கிருதம். ஹிந்தியில மீராபாயில். இதெல்லாம் பாசிங் ரெஃபரன்சஸ் தான். பாத சேவனம் ஃபுல்லா பாட்டுல இருக்கான்னு பார்க்க முடியாது. அர்ச்சனம் நம்ம வந்து புஷ்பங்கள் மட்டும்தான் நினைச்சுட்டு இருக்கோம். நீ என்னதும் நீ வந்து ஆசையா எனக்கு கொடுத்தாலும் நான் அக்செப்டிங் அப்படின்னு பத்திரம் புஷ்பம் பலம் தோயம் யோமே பக்தியா பிரயச்சதி ததகம் பக்தி உபகிருதம் ஸ்நாமி பிரயத்தாத்மனஹ அப்படின்றாரு. வாட் எவர் மை பக்தன் gives its full devotion நான் வாங்கிக்கிறேன். இன்ஃபேக்ட் ஒரு கதையும் இருக்கு. சாக்கிய நாயனர் அப்படின்ட்டு அவர் வந்து கோவில உள்ள விடல. சுவாமி அர்ச்சனை பண்ண விரும்பினார். ரொம்ப ஆசை, ரொம்ப பக்தி. ஆனா கோவில் கூட விட மாட்டேங்கிறார். வெளியில இருந்து என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? புஷ்பத்தை போட முடியும். புஷ்பத்தை போட்டா அந்த சிவரை அடிச்சு திரும்பி வந்துருது. மனச புஷ்பம்னு நினைச்சுட்டு கல்ல விட்டு எறிஞ்சார். கல்ல விட்டு எறிகிறது நம்ம எல்லாம் ஆக்சுவலி இன்சல்ட் இல்லையா? பட் தட் இஸ் ஆல்சோ அக்செப்டட் ஆஸ் அர்ச்சனா. அந்த ரெஃபரன்ஸ் கூட கோபாலகிருஷ்ண வார்த்தையோட ஒரு பாட்டு. அன்புடன் என்ன வேணா கொடுத்தா போறோம். அன்புடன் அன்புடன் மூலாதார மூர்த்திங்கிற அம்சத்வனி பாட்டுல ரெஃபரன்ஸ். அப்கோர்ஸ் எல்லாருக்கும் கண்ணப்ப நாயனார், கிண்ணப்ப நாயனார், ஹவு ஹி பிகேம் கண்ணப்ப நாயனார் அந்த கதை தெரியும். அவர் வந்து அர்ச்சனை பண்ணது all sorts of things, blood, flesh, his own eyes எல்லாமே அவர் அர்ச்சனை பண்ணது, அர்ச்சனம் பண்ணது. essentially அர்ச்சனம் means offering to the Lord. தியாகராஜா விட்டு வைக்கல. ஃபுல்லா எல்லா பூ பேரும் சொல்லி தாமரை, புன்னை, செண்பகம், ஆதிரிப்பூ, முடக்குறிஞ்சி, மல்லிகை, நீலோத்பலம் எல்லா பூக்கள் பேரையும் கொண்டு வந்து Darshanam, his offerings to the Lord. Swati Tirunaloda இந்த நவவித பக்தி கிருத்திகள்ல ஆராதயாமி அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு கிருத்தியில இருக்கு. Vandanam, salutation. As I earlier mentioned, Vandanam, Pada Sevanam, Dasyam. There's a lot of, it's not just the one merges with the other, but Vandanam essentially is salutation. Upper, Tiranga Malaya, Padika. இந்த ரெண்டு கை சேர்ந்து நமஸ்காரம் சொல்லும்போது அது நிறைய அர்த்தங்கள் இருக்கு. நிறைய பேர் அவாவா இன்டர்பிரேஷன்ஸ். ஒன்று வந்து நம்ம அகங்காரத்தையும் விட்டுட்டு நம்ம பஞ்ச இந்திரியங்களையும் விட்டுட்டு உங்களுக்கு சரணாகதியாக வரோம், இல்லை நமக்கு வந்தனம் செய்கிறோம், செலிப்ரேஷன் பண்ணுறோம்னு ஒரு ஆஸ்பெக்ட். இன்னொன்று வந்து நான் என்னோட ஈகோ, இது பரபிரமம், ரெண்டு எனர்ஜிண்டு ஐ எம் கமிங் டு யூ, dissolving my ego, அது ஒரு வந்தனம். கோபாலகிருஷ்ண பாரதி வந்து எப்படி அந்த சுவாமியோட சந்நிதியில எப்படி நிற்கணும், எப்படி வந்தனம் செய்யணும் அப்படிங்கிற கொடுத்திருக்காரு அவருடைய கிருத்தியில. என்னோட ஸ்ருதி அதனால கீழே பாடுறது. தெலுங்குல ஸ்ரீ கணபதினி சேவிங் பராரு, அதுல வினயத்துடன் எப்படி வந்து நம்ம சுவாமி கிட்ட வந்தனம் செய்யணும் அப்படிங்கறத சொல்றார் தியாகராஜன். வினயத்துடன், லூசிங், அதை நம்ம ஈகோவை விட்டுட்டு பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாரு. Very often the crowd in these temples that we see, our main aim should be to reach the Sannidhi and come back. அதுதான் நமக்கு மெயின் எய்மா இருக்கிறது. பாரு, வயதிலே கிடைக்கிற அந்த few secondsல சுவாமி தரிசனம் கிடைக்குது. அப்படி இல்லை, often exploited by our composers, adime, slave. Some people have lived their entire lives like that. Appar Sulwa, Tirunavakarasar, Hanuman during Sri Rama's times, Hanuman was like a Dasyan and the power of the Tamil Padagamalam Padagamalam Maravayina Padagamalam Maravayina Padagamalam Maravayina almost the entire song வந்து இந்த பாவத்துல தான் இருக்கு. உன்னுடைய நாமம் கேட்கும்போது எனக்கு ரோமாஞ்சம் வருது. உனது ராமா உன்னுடைய சமூகத்துல நான் ஒரு சேவகனா எடுத்துக்கோ. உனக்கு நான் தாசனாக ஒரு பணிபுரிய ஒரு பாக்கியம் எனக்கு கொடு. அந்த சிரிப்பு தான் எனக்கு ஒரு கவச்சம். ராம பக்தன் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு வில்லையும் ராமநாமம் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு போர்வாளை வச்சுட்டு நான் உனக்கு சேவை செய்யறேன், உனக்கு தாசனா இருக்கேன் அப்படின்னு ஜாகிரதை சொல்றார். பாட்டு பண்டுள்ளி சம்ஸ்கிருதத்துல விபக்தி கிருதி ஒன்று இருக்கு. அம்பிகாயாம்
அம்பிகாயாம் ஜகதம்பிகாயாம் தவதாசோகம் அம்பிகாயாம் ஜகதம்பிகாயாம் தவதாசோகம்
संत रैदास हिंदी में प्रभु जी तुम मोती हम धागा, 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 जैसे मिलत सुहागा, जैसे प्रभु जी तुम स्वामी हम दास, प्रभु जी तुम स्वामी हम दास, ऐसे भक्ति करते दासा, तुम चंदन हम वाणी वाणी, तुम चंदन हम वाणी वाणी, तुम चंदन हम वाणी वाणी, तुम चंदन हम वाणी। You are the moon, I am the water. You are the moon, I am the chakora. You are the moti, I am the string. So he compares himself to a dasa. Sakhya Bhava, where essentially we are looking at the relationship. You look at the Lord as your friend, he is your friend. Arjuna, Kuchela, Guha, Sugriva, he is your friend. Or even as among the Bhaktas, Sunder, he treated God as his friend. So it need not be only friend, it could be a relationship as a child. So you establish a relationship with the Lord. Uravu onattu unarvu kaiyina muruvavaki kadayamune uravu onattu unarvu kaiyina murugavaki அடையமும் இருக்குமே அப்பருடைய தேவாரம். ஆனா சுந்தரர் வாஸ் மோர் டைரக்ட். இத்தா பிறை சூடி இத்தா அப்படின்னு ஆரம்பின்னு சொல்லிட்டார் சுவாமி. அப்படியே ஆரம்பிச்சு இத்தா பிறை சூடி பெருமானே அருளாளா எத்தார் மலாவதே நினைந்தே மன. Sundar's relationship with Shivan was to the extent that Pitur, Ninda Stuti, adala included in Sakhya Bhava. Murati Pon Ulle Kanan Tipor Ulle Kanan. நான் இப்படி உருகிறேனே உனக்கு தெரியலையா? தெரியலன்னா நீ வாழ்ந்து போறீங்க, நீ இருந்துட்டு போ. நீ இருந்துட்டு போ, நன்னா இருந்துக்கோ. நீ திருவாரூர்ல தெலுங்குல எல்லாம் பரியாசகமா அப்படின்னு ஒரு உரிமையோட ஒரு சக்கிய பாவத்தோட பாடுறது. நீ குழந்தைய கூட பாவிச்சுக்கலாம் சுவாமிய. துமக்கு சலத் ராமச்சந்திர பாரத் பேஜனியா துமக்கு சலத் ராமச்சந்திர. அது குழந்தை ஆடுறது. கிழக்கே கிழக்கே உடுதாய गिरत भूमि लट बटाए दायवाद गोद ले दशरथ की रानिया झुमत चलत राम. குழந்தை வந்து எப்படி ஓடுறது, தாயமாத்து கோதுல இருக்கு. தசரதிக்கு ராணியா எல்லாமே போட்டி போட்டு ராமர் விழுந்தாருன்னா சின்ன ராமர் கீழே விழுந்தாருன்னா தாயமாத்து கோதுல இருக்கு தசரதிக்கு ராணியா. Final is Atma Nivedanam. It seems to be a logical conclusion. You have passed through various stages of just contemplation, Kirtanam, எல்லாம் பண்ணிட்டு Atma Nivedanam, total surrender. The typical example of total surrender was Draupadi in Mahabharata. We all know the story, where she still held on to herself, and when she let go, total surrender. In Ramayana it is Vibhishana. One of the examples of composers who has not been mentioned so far is Shyama Shastri. In fact, if you look at all his kritis, Ninnu Vina, Gati Avaramma, எல்லாமே உன்னை விட்டா எனக்கு வேற கத்தியே கிடையாது. நின்னு வினா கவரோ தாரோ கதி ஜனனி நின்னு வினா Krishna Gajendra. The Graha, that is a crocodile, pulls him into the river and he calls. Dwaraka mein shabad bhayo. Dwaraka and the cat order Garudai Sidhare. Garudane uttu vanda. Time illa. Karma start agadu. Garuda Kaji. Garudane uttu he came to save Gajendra. Grahako Mariya Gajanam Vare Sur Kaisham Sharanagati Pokamuni Kai Draupadi Dwaraka Nilaya Sharanagati Kokamataro Vibhishanu Mogaleka Sharanaga Sagaleshwara Prajaguru Jari Che Sharanaga Brochi Jagara With that, I come to the conclusion of my talk. Essentially, you can attain the Lord through many means, through the 9 different types of bhaktis. Shreyo hi jnanam abhyasa jnanam vishishyate jnanat karma phala tyaga tyaga chati nirantaram. Adadu Bhaishi get all the practices we do, more than that is the jnana, more than that is the dhyana. So, Bhagavat Shravana, Bhagavan Nama Kirtana, on Bhaishi Senju, ஞானத்தை வளர்த்து பரம்பொருளை ஸ்மரணம் செய்து பாதத்துக்கு சேவை செஞ்சு அர்ச்சனையும் செஞ்சு நமஸ்கரித்து வந்தனம் செஞ்சு அதற்கு தாசனாகி சுவாமியோட ஒரு உறவு ஏற்பட்டு உறவு வளர்த்து அவனையே சரணடைஞ்சு மோட்சம் அடைவோம். தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச். Namagadharane, we have been hearing about all these things so far. We have Sriram here and one more Sriram yet to come. So we welcome Sriram Parasuram. So the next lecture demonstration on Marathi, the lyrical beauty I request the audience to settle down. I have the pleasant duty of introducing my very good friend Sriram. Sriram Parasuram hails from a family steeped in musical tradition. I remember he spent his childhood in Bombay, where I also visited. And he started learning the violin from the age of 4 and gave his first public performance as a prodigy at the age of 8. Given several violin solo concerts around the world. He is trained under his mother, Srimati Parasuram, and also esteemed gurus such as Sangeeta Kalanidhi K.S. Narayan Swami, Sangeeta Kalanidhi Shri T. Vishwanathan, and in Hindustan, under the stalwart Padma Bhushan Pandit C. R. Vyas. He is back with the West India Gold Medal for both Carnatic and Hindustani music, and awarded a fellowship in Western Classical Violin in the US, and he completed his Master of Music degree in Western Violin from Ohio in the US. He went further and did his PhD in World Music from the Wesleyan University. He adds in his biodata very modestly, he holds a mechanical engineering degree from the University of Bombay and an MBA from the IIM. His interests in the field of jazz, pop music, and his collaborations with various musicians from various cultures has taken him all over the world. And as a composer, singer, his Hindi pop Samariya received rave reviews. Over to Dr. Sriram. स्वच्छ करित अरुण पसरली निज महा प्रिय पहा पक्षी मधुर शब्द करित मधुर 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 पक्षी मधुर शब्द करित पक्षी मधुर शब्द करित मुंजारव मधुपवरित विरल पर्ण साखी गोत विरल पर्ण साखी गोत विकसन ये जलरुहा
the drama of Marathi culture. Natya Sangeet in Maharashtra has a history of more than 150 years, and we will not go too much into the historical aspects, but just suffices to say that the drama conveys poetry and prose and is infused with an exceptional amount of musical content. Very early dramas of this genre, which is Marathi Natya Sangeet, used to have 100-150 songs. The dramas used to be staged for a duration of about 6-7 hours and used to have 100 songs in them, more than 100 songs. Mostly the topics were episodes from the Puranas, from the Mahabharata, from the Ramayana. For example, this song that I sang, of course they used the trappings of the rigor of say Valmiki Ramayana or something. They are highly interpreted in a way. The characters, the playwright imagines, conveys the essence of the episode, but yet extends the story in ways that are appealing to the common man also. This is exactly the way opera worked in the 16th, 17th century. In Europe, you know what was called the opera buffa. The opera buffa was for the common man. Initially, opera was only for the king and the royal clan because they could not go out and witness entertainment. So the entertainment came to them. You know, so Mozart, all the great arias and the opera repertoire comes about because it was for the entertainment of, say, King Ferdinand or some such royal. But then the form became so big that simultaneously evolved a form which was for the masses, which was called opera buffa. Buffoon meaning, the common man. It's a negative usage, but then that name stuck. Similarly, we find that Marathi Natya Sangeet, Natya, has a very similar sense of how it comes to be. In the sense, for the common man, stories, the essence of the wisdom and beauty of our Puranas is presented in very simple and very accessible ways. Here, for example, in this song that I sang from a play which was first performed in 1882. It's called Sangeeta Sauratya. It brings out the relationship between Krishna and his sister and his loyalty and his wife. So here is a scene where Krishna wakes up with Rukmini and tells her, Priye Baha, come, relish, see the rise of the morning sun. Hear the gunjara of the honey bees. Hear the sound and beautiful songs of the birds. So it celebrates Ushatkal. Ushatkal is the rise of the morning. So everything. And of course, in the last paragraph, there is the sense of how beauty can resolve all sense of dukkha also. With the rising of the sun is a new day. That kind of a message of absolute optimism, of a rebirth of times. Sukha dukkha visaruniya. Let us forget. Krishna has to say that. Sukha dukkha visaruniya. That is, let us forget all sense of sukha and dukkha. Dele dele vishwalaya. Whatever has passed is part of the laya of this universe. Uchare ki teja. Risen now is brightness, teja. Tejas has risen. Aha is an expression of relishing that sunrise. How many of us, I don't know, relish sunrise anymore? But at least from tomorrow we can. In a sense, the song brings about a very intimate relationship between a Purana story or an imagination of the playwright, a conveying of a particular message, which is very empowering to the masses. So Natya, along with, and this is best conveyed by music, rather than poetry or lecture. That is why music is always a vehicle for conveying thought, conveying wisdom, conveying even Shastra. Tyagaraja conveys Shastra, Dikshita conveys Sri Vidya, Ramashasri conveys Bhakti, Kandarasa conveys sense of devotion. All of it is a conveyance. We wouldn't be, none of us would be in touch with any of this but for a musical vehicle by which it is. So, Natyageet comes about because a big section of the population is left out. This Tyagaraja is still available only to a few elite people sitting in Mela today. But the message is something which is applicable to everyone. So it's a movement, it's a social movement which takes the beauty of our culture to the common man. This urge is what we have to understand is a very fertile and very alive urge in Indian society and in a whole. Is that it always constantly reminds itself and comes up with means and tools to take the message to all sections of society. Why I emphasize this is because there is a sense of feeling in modern man that, oh, we are awakening a sense of righteousness, a sense of democracy, a sense of reaching out, is something which we think is the domain of the modern man, but it is not. Indian culture has built within it very beautiful cultural mediums through which this is achieved. Anyway, that is a different story. But the music of Natyageet is what we will first explore today. There is a lot of history. You can all read it up. We will not spend much time going through the historical, junctures and milestones in this 150 years of evolution of Marathi Natya Sangeet. But it's important to mention the name of Anna Saheb Kalekar, who was one of the pioneers in this field, and Marathi stage and Marathi Natyageet owes a lot to him because of his tireless efforts. He lived for, I think, 94 years, and throughout his lifetime, he hundreds of things that he put forward for the people. Natyageet and Natya Sangeet is a setting where it is not a pakka stage or it's not an auditorium. It is something that springs up in the village where hundreds of thousands of people will come from neighboring villages, and the artists sing, speak, act out, so that kind, if you can just imagine that kind of a setting. The next composition I shall, but then like we observe, like we will see, is that the kind of rigor and the competence and the standard of art that is presented is never diluted. The best of singers, the best of composers, the best of playwrights, the best of lyricists always were at the forefront when it came to Natyageet. Even in recent history we see that happening. So even though it was something for the common man, it contained the best principles of what art music had. The next composition is a composition in praise of Bhaskara as Gagana Raja, that is the king of the sky. Tejo Nidhi Lobha Goda, Bhaskara he Gagana Raja. Tejo Nidhi, the wealth of Tejas that he gives, again sun. Lobha Goda, Lobha is molten iron. The sun. Gold means round, the round molten gold Tejas that he gives us, the Nidhi that he gives us. Bhaskara he Gagana. This is from an article called Katya Kalja Kusli. It's 1967. It's a more recent play, and raga loosely based on a raga called Lalit Pancham. is very much there, but so many different melodic swerves and contours will be taken. So it is not pure classical music which is one raga, but a lot of variations which will happen. So this particular first line in a drama can be rendered for even 10 minutes, depending upon the caliber of the singer-actor. They are all singer-actors, you know. So the beauty of Lalit, the beauty of the variation of Lalit, the accidental notes, everything will be brought out in detail, in classical rigor. And the essence of it is always a sense of virtuosity. The style itself is based on a very virtuosic style. Because that is what will draw the attention of the listener. So if you listen to the kind of harakat are sangadis and the body sangadis and the virtuosic speed and the throw of voice and the pronunciation of the words, everything will be at a very virtuosic level. They are not at a level of shanta. They are not at a level of intellectual level of understanding. It's very up in your face kind of aesthetics. You know. Divya tujha te jaane, Divya tujha te jaane, Jadamadale bhuvanaj, Jadamadale bhuvanaj he, Dinamani Vyomaraj, he Dinamani Vyomaraj, he Dinamani Vyomaraj, Vaskar he Gaganaraj, Vaskar he Gaganaraj, Tejoni. So you see the kind of very, very fast dance, very fast kind of sangadis, you know. Koti koti kirana tujhe, koti koti kirana tujhe, anashara udariti, koti koti kirana tujhe, anashara udariti, koti koti kirana tujhe, anashara udariti, amruta kana pariyona, 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 anurenu budhaliti, tedat janana marana, tedat janana marana, tedat janana vinasaj, tedat janana vinasaj, he dinamani Vyomaraj, Vaskar he challenging because you have to switch ragas, notes, everything. But all of it will, because of a master craftsman composer called Jitendra Abhisheki, who has composed this, he has made it very, very beautiful, but also exceptionally difficult. So you have to work at so many different. For me, it's a fantasy because it explores and it challenges me as to what all even a mediocre singer like me can try. Is because it offers a scope to work at. You know, the changing of ragas, the going from a Panchama Varjya to a Panchama full, the change of Nishadas, the introduction and assimilation of ragas into the concept of Mishra, but everything done in a very fluid way. So all of this can be elaborated at all stages. You know, that is why sometimes it is important to realize that even the common man can appreciate great music. These songs are so popular and they have so much context and so much content that it is, if anybody listens to it, he has no choice, he or she has no choice but to like it. That is a kind of faith that also it reinstates that, you know, classical music can be very appealing with all its complexity also, you know, with all its craft. We need not dilute it and we need not make it, artificially appealing and water it down for the sake of it. It reinstates the faith also. Jyotirmaya Murti Tuji Graha Mandala Divya Sabha Jyotirmaya Murti Tuji Graha Mandala Divya Sabha Dahak Parisanjeevak Dahak Parisanjeevak Tarunaruna Kirana Prabha Tarunaruna Kirana Prabha Ho Jivana Vikas Ho Jivana Vikas Vasudhe Jira Pralaj Vasudhe Jira Pralaj My friend is Vasudha is here. So whenever I sing this song, I remember her. Because Vasudhechi Rakhala, the prayer is that the son has a responsibility here. Rakhalas means keep up the gauravam of this beautiful earth. The son has a duty to perform. You can call upon the son to perform his duty. You say he is a Gaganaraja, you say you shower encomiums, you praise him. But then you also say he has a responsibility for Jivana Vikas here. Over Jivana Vikas, Vasudhechi Rakhala. So that Purimai that you have, to say that, to tell the sun god that please do your work, do your duty. Vasudhechi Rakhala. It's a very beautiful sentiment of Bhakti, because Dr. Sunder was speaking about Bhakti. You can command the Lord to make sure that your living is honorable. Provided you live a life of honor. There are so many songs. So, though Natya Sangeet began with the sense of these compositions which were taken at the context and what is called the libretto of Puranas. The content was that of Puranas, but then later on it also started playing a very important role in social awakening, in consciousness about social evils, in empowering women, and so on and so forth. Like this one particular composition I shall sing now, based on the raga Vihagana. Vihagana is another very beautiful raga. In fact, our Vegada comes from Vihagana. In fact, they used to call, Vegada was never the name. It always used to be called Piyagada. If you talk to a senior musician, they will never say Vegada. Vegada is an anglicization. Piyagada. Piyagada was how my guru used to say. So it comes from the raga Vihagada. Because Vegada doesn't mean anything. What does Vegada mean? That's why Swami Dikshit is not able to fit this word in a raga mudra because Vegada doesn't mean anything. He could not. So Vegada is one raga where he didn't use raga mudra. He could, he thought not necessary. Ya Bhavanatila Geeta Purane. It calls for change of old guard. This is a traditional play which tells all the songs in this bhavana, that is in this home, are all old. They need to be discarded. It's a call for fresh blood. Giving up old invalid thoughts. The poet says, Nave Sur and Nave Tarani. We need new notes, new taranas. Tarana and Sur notes, Sur being metaphors for new kind of thought. New, more contemporary thought. Mabala Hadave Sur, Zavud Yadu. The notes are all soiled. They need to be discarded and thrown out far away. So using the notes of the raga or great music as a metaphor for thoughts which are not valid anymore. here you exist at a very beautiful mezzanine floor, where it has the rigor and the depth and content of classical, but and the freedom of popular culture, where you can do whatever you want. So it occupies a very beautiful place in the musical culture of and it also has the ability to express a new thought. In Carnatic music, you cannot compose a composition which says, go to hell with the old notes. You cannot do that. This composition actually says that. So you don't have that freedom of expression. So it's a very beautiful medium. So there are so many compositions that very beautiful. I will present a couple of more because Abhang, you are kind of very beautiful compositions. This poem by Shanta Shelke, which was adapted in the play Hey Bandh Reshmache, these bonds of silk. Hey Bandh Reshmache, very beautiful. Again, the composer is Jitendra Abhishek. Kata Rute Kunala, Akhantatat Puni, Mazapur hi Rutare, Ha Deva Yoga. Kata means thorn. Rute means prick. Kata Rute Kunala, the thorn will prick. And people, they will come with compassion to you. Mazhab phool hi rutare. Yenak bandi in the pushpa mein na prick padra. Ah, daiva yoga. When a pushpa pricks you, you will be termed a madman. But it expresses a particular anguish of a middle class man who goes through life, realizes that he has done everything correctly. He has lived a wonderful life. But he finds that his life has been a waste. It's a very contemporary thought, all of us. Right? Enna prayojanam? Varsham odachachu, idu panniyadu adu panniyachu. Endla he says, "Be rikta hasta." I am empty-handed. But then the message is that he said, "This is Daiva Yoga. This is God's destiny." Why accept it? So it's also a very beautiful psychological message. Like I told you, it deals with very contemporary themes. Based on Raga Buglas. माझे अबोलणे विपरीत होत आहे, विपरीत होत आहे. माझं हा दैव So he says, யார்கிட்ட சொல்ல முடியலை, சொல்லாட்டாலும் என்னோட சைலன்ஸ் வந்து அவ தப்பா எடுத்துக்கிறான். See the dilemma of a modern man is that he speaks, nobody is going to listen to him. If he doesn't speak, they will say, why are you not speaking? So that is the dilemma, that is the contradiction. Because it's a very typical family man. So in the last paragraph he wonders, is it actually love? Is it sneha? This family bandha? Because the title of the play is Ha Bandh Resmanch. So the resham is, the silk is very strong, but at the same time it is very slippery. So the indication of the fact that the bonds that we live through life, is it actually, he questions, is it actually sneha? Or is it my illusion? Is it the vanchana of mine? He's I cannot understand. But the net result is, my life has gone past, it has slipped, I am left empty-handed. That is the anguish. Sneha vanchana ki kahicha karena, sneha vanchana ki kahicha karena, ayushya excellence in these compositions is what everybody will sit up and listen. A message has to be heard. It has to penetrate the listener. So that is why it is a very, very beautiful medium, Marathi Natyageet. Why I like it so much. Because the message is direct and it's very, very impactful. It has very high success rate. Such compositions. Like I told you, the degree of difficulty of some of these compositions. There is one composition called Surat Piya Ki Chhin Bisrai. There are 7 ragas in it. It's like a ragamala, like what we call ragamala. But even tala keeps changing, and it is rendered at breakneck speed. So I'll just sing that for you, and then we'll go on to maybe Abhang, maybe 2 or 3. Abhangs, all of you are familiar in whatever malign forms that they get in that. Why I say this is because today we have a great boon of learning the correct language properly, pronouncing it correctly, making sure we don't make mistakes in words. MS Amas also made a lot of mistakes in advance. But that is absolutely pardonable because the resources were not there. Today, if we sing a composition, there is a duty that is there that we say it right, the language be correct. At least for a classical musician, it behooves that we accept that responsibility. That's why they're coming. So the ragas in this are Sohni to begin with. Sohni is like our Hamsa Nandi. And then we have Malkons, Jaunpuri, Vrindavi Sarang, Kedar, then Miyaki Malhar, Bahar, everything coming together. way to be rendered in the drama at such high speed. Na 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 or na go samaye na 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 or go samaye na 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 or na go. This mark. Sa da na ma ga sama ma sa ni na ma ga na 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 or na go samaye na 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 or samaye tarapatahu bilakataran nanivaye tarapatahu bilakataran nanivaye. This is God's way. Tarapatahu bilakataran nanivaye. So the variety that is presented with a great amount of classical rigor. This requires a very great deal of good musicianship. So the best of musicians came and sang on stage, wearing all this costume and doing the whole drama. So it is very, very amazing. This particular drama is based on the life of a Muslim, of a Muslim singer who comes to the state of Maharashtra. Very much like how Abdul Karim Khan came, about 80-90 years back. So it also mirrors a historical happening. Abdul Karim Khan Sahab, that's why Dharwad is such a big center because of him. After him comes Savai Gandharva, after him comes Insane, Bandhubaiji, all the great. So the openness of society there is also something which we have to learn from. So here was a very, Abdul Karim Khan Sahab was a very, very staunch practitioner of Islam. But then nothing stood in the way. Society accepted him, embraced him. And festivals are held in Hardcore Dharwad. Dharwad is a very, very Hindu place. It's a Lingayat and very, very strong Hindu culture. But then music was able to bring all. Today we just speak of music is international language and all that is just lip service. They didn't speak about it. They integrated it into all. Can you imagine? This is an entirely, the words in this are very much based on a Tumri kind of one, which is very Islamic. Wajid Ali Shah language is there in this kind of composition. So the lyrics, everything integrates so beautifully. Sense of culture. Okay, we shall go to a couple of Abhangs.
Before that, the film first one is our own drama, like Saurapudi and all this, same thing, not taking deeply, they can be also Sriram also.
Yes, sir.
Exactly after that. This was very good romantic done with Vasundhara Abhang one day, Viganayana.
Viganayani Rasika Momi. I don't remember that very much. when I was, I did this project about 20 years back when I first met Anuradha in the US. We did a concert only of Natyageet. So that was when we started exploring, and we went through about 40-50 compositions at that time. But some of them I'm not in touch, you know. So, but that's a very beautiful composition. Very beautiful composition. In same Katya Balja same play. Madhumidanath, also a very beautiful play in which there are about 40 songs. You know, I feel the model for Tamil drama and Tamil film. You know, if you look at even Mela and all that, the earlier films where there were 60 songs, right? In the one which MS Sama acted, I think there were 50 or 60 songs. Short songs. Even MKT Bhagavatar, the films had music as the backbone. I thought he knew to act, but he sang it beautifully. But it is very beautiful that the music was the carrier. The aim was only a visual medium of the music. It was never the plot or anything. All of them, all of them, you know, they came in their own Vesha, in their own physical limitation. They just sang beautifully. And that is why it was so appealing. No, Harikatha is a different track.
Marathi contribution to Tamil culture,
Marathi and Tamil culture were not separate. Marathas ruled, the kingdom of Maratha was an integral portion of the entire South Indian peninsula. This division comes out later. They were actually same. That's why we still think, Abhang without knowing what Marathi, knowing the meaning of the words. If you still go to Govindapuram and so many places in the south, they are still in Sampradaya Bhajana, you find them singing. They don't know what they are singing. It's been handed down. That's also very good. You know that the culture is so deep. The musical culture penetrates even when languages fall by the wayside. That is the message. That is, musical culture is very, very, it sustains very, very well. You don't need to sustain it. You don't need to do anything actively to sustain. I'm protecting our great culture. Don't. Just do the culture, it will protect itself. And in fact, it's protecting you. No, because I feel prompted because you brought it up. The music is what holds it together. Yeah, so, Harikatha, all these are, I think, traditions which are from their fountain of the extreme amount of love and bhakti that the Vijayanagara kings had for culture, music and dance. So see one more very beautiful in a play called Yayati Ani Devayani. It's a very beautiful situation where Devayani curses Yayati to fall weak, and Yayati was very proud of his youth and vitality. So he invites the curse of Devayani where he loses everything. So Kach, who was the son of Bhagaspati, pleads with Devayani to don't get angry with him. Please, he is at the point of the situation on the play. So then Kacha says, let us pray to Lord Shiva to restore Yayati's glory. So under my situation, go to Pai. Based on the Raga Asabri, I remember my Periya Mama. My Mama used to sing this first. I remember as a small boy, 4 and 5, I remember his voice singing this song. Sarvatmaka Sarveshwara Sarvatmaka Sarveshwara Sarvatmaka Shive reside where there is darkness. Timira, now Timir is ignorance. What is darkness? It's ignorance. So Timir actually means ignorant. I always get tickled because we use it in numbers. It's actually a Sanskrit word. Adityaya Timiratama Adityaya Timiratama Rugvedaya Hridaya Tama Rugvedaya Hridaya Jyarata Anudarita Vidara Anudarita Guritara Sarvatmaka Sarveshwara Gangara Shive Sundara Gangara Shive Sundara Jagate Daya Jai Jai Jagi Jagate Daya Mahe Mana Karuna Mahe Mana Karuna Kara Sarvatmana Sarveshwara Just to 3-4 Abhangs. The Abhanga also very, all of you know the context of Abhanga. Abhanga was originally referred to much later as a body of compositions of Namdev, Jnaneshwar and Tukaram. But later on, other saints like Janabai, Eknath, Mela, many of the other saint composers also, their work also started being referred to as Abhanga. The word Abhanga means Abhanga. Bhanga is that which is broken. Abhanga is that which is not broken. This term came about because of the Bharkari Sampradaya of singing Akhanda. That is when they used to Abhangas. These compositions became the binding factor for a community kind of worship movement, where in the 15th and 16th centuries, the Bhakti movement of simple words, very direct address to the Lord, bereft of and shorn of all classical theory, all theories of Bhakti and everything, just Nama, it's Nama. So that the tradition of singing these continuously, Akhanda, as Abhanga. One group will sing, the other group will take on, so on and so forth. So the whole night it is continued without a break. Without a break is what Abhanga means. So we have so many compositions. One of my favorite saints is Tukaram, Sant Tukaram. So Sant Tukaram's work is so varied in its content, from Rupa Mahima to talking about social injustice, to talking about his own personal travails and sufferings in the pursuit of Bhakti. Very personal address also. So his work is very, very varied. Namdev, Eknath, Jnaneshwar are more at the feet of the Lord. The context is very, very focused. Each of them have a different way of. The poetry is very different, and we still do not know. We have no idea as to how they were sung. Even the Varkari saw tunes. We tend to think they are all original. They are not. There have been hundreds and 150 years of broken tradition of Varkari. historically, all these people who claim that I sing authentic Narayana Tirtha, I sing authentic Dishtar, it's all Samadhan with Solam, but there is no grain of truth in it. No oral tradition is ever authentic. In the sense you want to put a flag and say, I am the authentic version. No, there are no authentic versions. There are beautiful versions. There are valid versions. So, even the Varkari Sampradaya is something which has been broken at 2-3 points. So, they also have their simplified tunes. In the last 70-80 years, a lot of classical musicians, sometimes they themselves are composed, sometimes they have taken the help of other composers and set to music many of these beautiful poetry of Abhang. Okay? So, Kishori Amunkar, Vincent Joshi, Marathi, Abhishek, very great contributors to wrote the Abhang. Piripara is not a it's a composition of Vidas. Anyway, there are thousands which I don't know. There are probably pieces which I don't know. So it's better that I sing.
Can you sing Hindu also?
I'll sing something else. Anureniya Thokada, Tuka Akasa Evada. Because the same lyric and of the Shastra. Jiruni Sandile Kadebar, Jiruni Sandile Kadebar, Baba Brahma Sakar, Jiruni Sandile Kadebar, Baba Brahma Sakar, Baba Brahma Sakar. Tukaram says, I have given up. Triputi is the illusionary construct of object perceived and perception. You know, the object, subject is you. You perceive the world in a way, and there is of course the act of perception. All problems of illusion happen because of this particular triputi, this tripartite construct of samsara. So he says, Tuka says, I have given it up. Sandini means I have jabofied it. I have relinquished it. Deepa Ujala Gati. Deepa Ujala. Ghata is the body. Ghata is container. Here it is the body. Or himself. Tuka's sense of himself is what is Ghata. Deepa Ujala. That's finally the flame has risen. Deepa Ujala. That is, I am seeing light. Again, ignorance seeing Deepa Ujala. Sandili Triputi, Sandili Triputi, Deepa Ujala Gati, Ujala Gati, Ujala Gati, Kamureniya Thokada, Kamureniya Thokada. Tuka Sasagada, Tuka Sasagada, Tuka Sasagada. Tuka mane ata, mane, tuka mane, tuka mane, tuka mane, tuka, tuka mane, mane, tuka. devotees, he says, I have finished, I have realized, why am I still living? What I remain, Murla means what is remaining of me, is just because I want to give this message to you. It's a very beautiful sense of a saint also recognizing his role in the entire divine scheme of things. So, very contrasting composition of a rare, lesser heard saint composer, Janabai. Janabai was an orphan girl of 7 or 8 when she just happened to come to the courtyard of Ramdev. She saw a broom there. She started sweeping the front yard of Ramdev, whatever, home. This went on for 3-4 days, and then Ramdev saw this girl. So after 1 or 2 days, he gave her some food. So she ate it. Then slowly she comes into the house, helping Ramdev in all chores, cleaning the house, washing his clothes and all that. So they almost never spoke, but she became his disciple, his student. And the beauty of Janabai is that they say that she attained liberation even before Ramdev. Because her sense of service was so unconditional. It was not bound by knowledge of tradition or sainthood, nothing. Nothing stood in the way of her and moksha because of her absolute service to Ramdev. So that's very beautiful. So this Abhang is very beautiful because she says, Jani Zai Pani Asi, Mage Dhave Rishikesh. When Jani goes to fill water from the river, Rishikesh comes behind running to help her do the task. Rishikesh is Krishna, Vithala. So the idea that Janabai is able to sense Krishna's presence in all that she does. Paya Vijonedi, he doesn't even allow my feet to get wet in the river. He himself fills the water, carries it himself back. It's very beautiful. If you can just visualize that. There is a small girl doing her household chores. So she says, he helps me wash.
धुने धुवनिया म्हणे नामाची जणी म्हणे नामाची जणी मागे धावे such a simple tune. It is so difficult. And it is just a major scale. Sadamari padamaga gamadani dama panida damaga maga. It has all the possibilities. The Ilakamo, the Guru, the Deskar, everything can come. Chindoti, everything comes. That is the structure of the Abhanga and when you perform. This Jani Jaya Paniyasi, I can sing 1,000 variations. Now, that is the richness of the composition. And wedded to the word, Jani Jaya Paniyasi, the tenderness of the composition. Jani Jaya Paniyasi, Jani Jaya Paniyasi, Jani Jaya Paniyasi, Mage Ave Isikati Jani Jaya Paniyasi. So many possible. You can go to rapture just singing Jani Jaya Paniyasi, Mage Ave. That is the magic of not just the words, the magic of the music which carries the words. So it's important to realize that music plays such an important role. In conveying the mood of it. I know that when I am singing, I am feeling affected. It's because of the music. It's simple melody. Every time I hear it, I will be transported. That is the power of the art. So we should always remember that the power of the classical idiom is humongous. Even in a simple tune, you can feel its power. For 3 notes. 4 notes. Sari ni sari ga, zani zaya, paniyasi, zani, 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 zani. Every time you say, it's like a mantra. Every time, the feeling of zani going to the river becomes more and more powerful, more and more evoking. That is how Abhang has to be sung. Deva Vithala, Deva Puja Vithala. Again, it's actually all Upanishad thought. Put in a very beautiful way. The Tirtha is Vithala. Tirtha refers to that river ford where the Kshetra sits, right? That's why we call it Tirtha. Right? Kutam. Again, whatever corruption of the word Tirtha. Tirtham, Kutam, Shankaraya Nyavad. Kutam, he doesn't like this word Kutam. Because the word Tirtha is so beautiful. Anyway, so Tirtha is the river, the water is what purifies us. So to it Tirtha. Tirtha Vithala Kshetra Vithala. On the banks of the river, Chandrabhaga is where this beautiful temple of Vithala is there. That is the Kshetra. Deva Vithala. Deva who sits inside is Vithala, of course. Deva Puja Vithala. So it means even the Bhakta Vithala. Because they are very full. Mata Vithala, Pita Vithala, Bandhu Vithala, Gotra Vithala. It unites right from, if I am from Kaushika Gotra, from Kaushika Muni to me, we are all Vithala. It's a very beautiful historical powerful. Guru Vithala, Guru Devata Vithala, Nidhana Vithala, Nirantara Vithala. So everything is Vithala. That is what Upanishad is basically all. 100 odd Upanishads are all same. But here, Namadeva says, this is enough to convey. Nama Mane Maza
Nama says, I found Vithala. Sapad to find, to discover. Manuni Kalikara, Padna. That is why in this Kali Yuga, I am free. I have no problems. He says that. That is, we need not go into the truth of anything. You find Vithala, your problems are solved. It helps you in this life. Very simple. Anyway, that is we shall end with this. All of you know this composition, right? Most of you know it. You can sing along. Like I said, Abhangas were very beautiful because it opened up a communitarian way of worshipping the Lord. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, even today from during Ashad Ekadashi, Ashad month. Deva Vithala, Deva Puja Vithala. Maharashtra also has a penchant for certain galas. You will find Bhatia, you will find Yogiya, very common. Vibhas, this is in Vibhas. Vibhas also is very. You will find that Somi, Doha, my Bab, Doha, again Vibhas. So Vibhas has, that is about Abhang of Choka Mela. You will find a lot of tunings in Vibhas, Madhya, Yogiya. So you find it all the time. So the idea that certain melodies are very dear to certain regions. You know, like an Navavidha Bhakti, Mohana, and are all very dear to Andhra. The region of Andhra. You will find Adhyatma Ramana Kritis, Bhadrachalamasa Kritis, all set in certain 4-5 ragas. You know, another raga which is very dear to them is Mridangam. You will find a lot of folk tunes in Mridangam. Unfortunately, we take everything from everywhere, so we don't have particular favorites. Maybe things like Nalana Kriya. Certain? Kuriji. Anyway, that's a different topic. But so this is a base to Vibhas. Vibhas is the raga. Base for that. Tirtha Vitthal, Kshetra Vitthal, Tirtha Vitthal, Kshetra Vitthal, Tirtha Vitthal, Kshetra Vitthal, Tirtha
विठला सापडला
You have to exalt when you have found Lord. You cannot just sing it and leave it. Rama would have sung this for a long time.
Nama mane madha Vitala samadana Nama mane madha Vitala samadana Nama mane madha Nama mane madha Nama mane madha Nama mane madha Vitala samadana Manuni kalikala madana Manuni kalikala madana